Test. There we go. Was I... was I not talking this entire time? That's really annoying. My computer changed its settings to go back to default instead of my microphone. So, there we go. I must have been streaming this entire time silently. Oh well. One of my favorite games, franchises out there. I'm being the Ender series. Ender Lilies was a very, very fun game for me, so that's why I'm playing Ender Magnolia. I really wanted to play it. I'm gonna be probably playing Warframe sometime later. But I do want to just spend today playing this. I want to just do something I want to play, you know? It's okay, it's okay. How was your report, Alex? How was your report? All the homunculi here, our fates are decided by for us by House Millis. And then the frost came along and gave us a new lease on life. Okay, interesting. It's tethered steeple. A derelict place. The fumes have spared nothing. Anywho, I just got a text. I will check that in a moment. Very interesting way of introducing new enemies. Okay, okay. You've escaped the coursework criminals for now. You have to do some improvements on the previous section to get more marks there. But the dev section, I have to do a tiny bit. You got till Easter break to get it done. You've had a 2.5 hour English exam today, so you're tired. Ow. Yeah. The problem I have with language exams is that a lot of the times they're very subjective, especially if, say, you're in an English-speaking country, right? So if you're in, like, United States, what are they really going to grade you on at a university level, you know? And it's very clear that, like, it isn't going to be creative writing or critical thought. Otherwise, Hollywood would be less awful. Love the big slam attacks. Always a fan of big slam attacks. Not inherently difficult. Like, analyzing text, not bad. Yeah. I was having a conversation about certain, like, a couple of poems and whatnot, and it's clear that, you know, to a certain degree, oh shoot, messed up. A certain degree, like, creative analysis isn't present in a lot of modern education, and it's a little concerning because, you know, that's the whole point of poetry, right? Is that you have limited space, so you're going to be writing something creative in a creative manner to express as much as you can, right? Inferences and whatnot. That's how you develop a deeper story without, you know, saying everything, you know? Like, that's why for such a long time it was exposition is a meme, because people choose to exposit and instead of showing it, they tell us, right? I don't know. Chief Artuner's Journal. A control over homunculi is said to be similar to magic of another time. It was capable of manipulating the soul itself. A priestess of the ancient people who inhabited this land at one time. So it is in the same universe as Lily's. Okay. It is said to have taken control of souls in this way to grow her power. It seems this ancient sorcery can only be inherited through blood. It was desperately sought by sorcerers of House Frost. Okay. You do poetry at the GCSE level here, and level English literature. But I'm doing English language, so it's more about the words themselves and their meaning. Yeah, like, for instance, the biggest thing, like, for the obvious things, if you use colors like brown, red, black, and all of that, it's always going to be about, you're trying to show some kind of emotions, and that's something that you see in color theory, right? But for instance, if you take a look at any Hollywood like horror film, right? A lot of the times, they're very good at building atmosphere because it's kind of innate what makes us afraid or tense. But then they kind of ruin everything by introducing an ugly-looking monster that doesn't look scary at all, right? That's a general example. Like Jaws is a great example of that. Because a lot of stuff is inherent to human nature. And then the rest of it is like film experience and cinematography and writing. And with Jaws, like all the tension goes away as soon as you see the ugly animatronic shark, right? Because someone has a big head and they want to show off the monster. And sometimes it's just it's like not necessary to go into that detail. Magicite mining record. The abundance of magical resources excavated from the lower stratum yielded a bevy of anomalies, including but not limited to those that manifest powers of heat and cold. Ever since the Land of Fumes has produced a number of arcane instruments capable of commanding fire. Be warned, however, these are not to be wielded lightly, particularly by homunculi. Well, a lot of homunculi got them now. Status effect, Blaze. If Lilac enters or an enemy is hit by a fire-based attack, it may inflict the Blaze status, during which HP will continuously deplete over a period of time. For a Blaze eventually wears off by itself, or can be put out more quickly by diving into water or dashing repeatedly. Hang on, I'm gonna just grab my phone so I can check my text, because I am waiting for a message. Okay. Yeah, I think a lot of people, and I think this is more a problem with modern education, is that a lot of people see language as a task to complete in schools, and not a overall life skill, you know. I do think that exams, there are some places for exams, but for the most part, I do think that exams are... Ooh! Mimic! Oh! It lunges really far. I do think exams are largely unnecessary for testing how well a student has developed skills, because exam taking is a skill on its own, and it's not oftentimes isn't a representation on how well a student has learned the material. But that's my thought process on schools at the moment. But I do have a very limited experience with schooling and education. I know that in Asian cultures they tend to do more drilling and are much more exam-centric. People see language as really annoying thing to do because the English GC is compulsory, so it has to got a bit of bias. So I think there's too much of a focus on making sure the structure is just outright correct or entertaining, at least in education for language. I do think that language skills are important to be able to properly communicate your ideas to another person. And I think that should be a stronger focus for a lot of more technically focused individuals like engineers, computer scientists, and whatnot. Because communication is a skill, and it is an important skill. And you know the old adage where you can't have an artist or an artist and an engineer in the same room explaining what, like, the techniques that they want to use, because neither of them understand the methods or the diction or the jargon required to, like, for instance, if people, yeah, so think of it this way. This is how badly the Western world, and I don't know anything about the Eastern world, this is why I say the Western world. The Western world treats language. If you talk to any philosophy major, they will throw jargon at you constantly. Like, jargon are words that are specifically used in the field of philosophy or in the study of philosophy that only people that have done that study will know, right? So, for instance, if I were talking programming and I start talking about functors, and I keep using the word functor without you ever explaining what functor is, right? That's kind of the use of jargon. So, if you ever listen to any philosophers talking to each other, they only use, psychology students also do that. But if you listen to any philosophy students talking, they will speak in such a way that it is clear that they only care that they sound smart by using large, superfluous words that don't communicate to anything to anyone that doesn't understand the jargon, right? So if you're only using jargon, it makes it impossible for you for people to understand you, to be communicated with, you know? And I think that's a really silly thing to do. I think that is the definition of not being you're not intelligently using your abilities or your language, and you did not learn how to communicate properly. And I find that engineers, computer scientists, psychologists, physicists, any person in any STEM field will often, and even in non-STEM fields like art, right, and painting, they will always end up defaulting to using the language that they're used to using around other artists or other people in their community. Because it comes naturally to them, but not understand that they're not properly communicating with people who aren't their peers, you know? You study that in the A-level English language here. It's called covert prestige, where you try to become part of a social group by changing your language to exclude others by using technical language that nobody else knows. Yes, that is exactly what I'm talking about. And it is very annoying. Like, especially when someone is you're trying to teach someone, right? And you're using exclusively, you have expectations that are not communicated to them, right? I think that's the most annoying thing. I used to be guilty of this too. So like, it's not just everyone else and not me, right? Like, I think everyone is guilty of this to some extent. But like, for instance, I have a lot of fields of study under my belt, so I have the assumption that everyone knows what I'm talking about, right? And that's a problem. That's a problem, right? But there's also the problem with, if I expect no one to know what I'm talking about, then I'm going to over-explain things to people who do know what I'm talking about. And it's a very difficult balance. I've been, like, sometimes it's really helpful, sometimes it isn't. And it's it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Covert prestige is an interesting phrase, though. I've never heard it myself, though. Yeah, this is where the crow is useful. Because, like, it's almost impossible to get in on them. You think there's a difference between actively doing it in order to exclude others and accidentally doing it, to where you just assume the baseline knowledge? Yeah. No, there's definitely a difference, because there's a difference in intent there, right? There's a difference in, like, what you're trying to accomplish as well. Okay, so both of these lead down. We'll take the further one for now. And I think it's important to properly communicate with others in general. Like, because life is a collaborative effort in a lot of cases. Friendships, relationships, all of it is collaborative. So intentionally using language to exclude people is a little bit silly to me. Okay. I'm trying to learn these boss patterns. Ow. I mean, I can just shoot them like this. So they're gonna jump at me now? This is really annoying. We're just gonna keep pecking at him. Ow. Just keep on keeping him. He should go down here. There we go. There we go. But then outside the UK, you think you have SATs or something. Well, I think that's in America for SATs. For sure. A frost? You're a sight for sore eyes. Stay on your toes. The fumes, we can't help it. I've got nothing else to give. Please, take this. So I don't just get friends. I just get components. Okay. Okay, so it's interesting because these are biomechanical creatures too. Yeah, I think like America especially, there's a clear indication that it's some form of, like, language isn't something to use to communicate with others, because otherwise, like, you'd actually be able to have conversations with people about difficult subject matter, you know? I feel like a lot of people are very sensitive about certain subjects, and I'm not going to get into any more, like, any specifics there, because I think that leads into a more political territory. You can call it what it call me whatever you want. I just don't see the value in doing that. In creating grievance, or talk about personal grievances over a large topic like that, because it's no, like, so it's to what extent am I having this conversation, you know? To what purpose am I having, am I going to be having these conversations? And I find that a lot of people are very unwilling to have, or to understand that certain parts of conversation are being treated poorly. Because communicating is difficult, and everyone wants to be communicated in a different way, and you cannot read in people's minds. So you have to communicate the way that you want to be communicated to. But you also can't completely depend on other people to do all of the heavy lifting, right? But you also can't, people shouldn't be expecting that other people, it's all relative, it's all complicated, you know? I think people in general are complicated creatures, and that's okay. And not being able to communicate is like just a clear sign of how education is failing us as a whole. I don't know. Maybe I'm too pompous. Maybe I'm too greedily talking about this kind of stuff. I don't think I have an equivalent for an SAT. I think I had access to some kind of, like, if you were to do something along the lines of a it's like a regional exam, I think, is the closest thing I can think of. But I don't even know what the point of it is, in all honesty. Because I've taken advanced placement courses before. So what does this do? Ooh, okay. Lacerate? Sure, why not? This could be fun. Oh, what's happening? Why can't I move? Oh. I think this is clearly worse than the previous version. I'm going to swap back. I think the constant barrage of bullets is more useful. But anyways, the most important thing I want to communicate is that communication is difficult, right? It's already difficult, and it's a shame that education doesn't take the effort or make the effort to properly educate people in how to think about communicating with others. Just demand that they are accepting of the way that you're communicating, or of the messages that you want to display. Because it's not supposed to be an us versus them kind of scenario, right? But education makes it that way a lot of the time, to force, like, to be like, if people don't understand you, you gotta, like, or if people don't agree with you, then you gotta force them to do so, you know, kind of thing. Let's see. You think that communication is so important as a skill, like adjusting to the way you speak into different contexts, like trying to simplify something technical to a non-technical person? Yeah, that's 100%. And explaining the intent behind a decision in a clear and concise manner, yeah. But there's not a subject in any class here that teaches it. It's just something you have to pick up by doing. Yeah, no, and that's what I'm talking about, right? I think that's an extremely important skill, not only for, you know, professional, like definitely professional skill, right? But I also think it's a very important interpersonal skill, because not everyone is going to do so. I think the only, hang on, I'll continue after I read this. Findings. Homunculus Research Log 2. Requiring neither food nor water, homunculi instead finds sustenance in magical energies. Through the preservation of and replication of the soul, it has also become possible to create homunculi with regenerative abilities, capable of withstanding the blight in the lower stratum. Before long, we shall be able to plume its lowest depths, and the land of origin is within our reach. Okay, so apparently there's an advert on the Twitch side, so we're gonna wait a moment. It was all planned. Okay, so what was I talking about? So there are places. So here's why I don't like how post-secondary education is handled too, is that when you pick a field of study, right, for university or whatever, you tend not to be able to take classes outside of that field without a lot of difficulty. You know, you're gonna be, normally you'll be waitlisted, or you'll have second pick, right? Or not even be allowed to take classes. For instance, I wanted to take art classes, like, because I really love clay work, and I was not allowed to do so because of my faculty. But anyways, besides the point, there are certain faculties that will handle this, like early childhood education, and what was it called? Education for children with special needs. I think subject matter like that, those guys have such a weirdly long range. I think definitely, oh, this is water. Can I swim? I can't swim. So there's no point for me being here, I think. At least for now, yeah, can't do anything. I think it's, yeah, it's just a real shame that the conversation isn't a skill that is actively taught, despite it being probably one of the largest predictors of success in the modern world. Like, think of it this way. The people who get the furthest in any industry are the people that can advertise themselves well and that get along with other people. It's not necessarily because they're extroverted, but extroverts will be experimenting more than introverts, right? So, like that's the biggest thing, right? Is that it is an extremely large marker for success in an individual, right? Because how often have you seen like people complain about managers that have zero skill in or managerial skill be extraordinarily like keep getting promoted for no reason? It's not because they have talent or skill in anything that really matters. It's because they're able to communicate well. They're able to schmooze in and become like besties with the higher ups, right? And that's a skill all on its own. And it's not something that really should be the main focus of any it's a great predictor of success. It's a great predictor of success that we train no one for. And it's actually extremely frustrating that no one trains that in people. So, like, my conspiracy theory is they're intentionally not training people in this skill. Because, it's something that they want to keep to themselves. It's like finance. Like, people are afraid of so many things, like credit cards and debt and things like that. And whenever they're told not to worry about that, they're never told like how to use it. They're just said, hey, just use it. It's whatever, right? And that's gross. That's gross. You think you've found more and more, and it's less what you know in terms of qualification, but who you know. Yes, 100%. Like people's connections is what brings people more success, and the ability to get those connections and the willingness to get those connections. Reduces cooldowns for abilities by 15%. An ancient arcane instrument fashioned by House Frost. The eerie blue eye enclosed within is said never to take its gaze off the holder. Whether or not the orb is real is another matter. I think one of the greatest skills anyone can learn is how to communicate and how to be comfortable with the idea of social failing, or like failing socially. Treat every experience like every encounter like it's an experiment, right? Because especially if it's the first time you're interacting with someone, right? You will never know how, like, you got to learn somehow how to communicate with others. So, and all of these speech classes is about talking about being confident, right? But for a lot of introverts, for a lot of people with very technical backgrounds, like, introversion isn't something that people care about, or not. Like, confidence isn't something that you really care about. It's more about, figuring out. It's easier just to have a set of instructions work for it. It's like what I tell a bunch of my female friends all the time. It's more about, like, if you want a successful relationship, you should not expect your partner to be able to immediately understand or be cognizant of what you want. If you want your partner to be cognizant of what you want, you have to make a list and set of instructions for them to follow. It's not romantic, but they will do their, at least at the beginning, but they will do that utmost, especially if they're male, to follow a good chunk of these instructions, right? Findings. Book of the Blighted. Neither the body nor the mind can resist the blight. In time, it assails even the soul, and the rot consumes the whole. The rot exhibits remarkable regenerative properties, granting undying flesh to the blighted. In the process, however, the mind is consumed by the blight's rage, until only madness remains. Only the miracle of the priestess can bring salvation to the blighted. Grimoire. Unlocks new items that can be forged at crafteries. I don't know. I think this is a very interesting topic to cover. I do think that not enough people give it, enough time or a place for it to breathe. Yeah, definitely, like, the fast gun is just better for spacing. Ow. So here's the alternative, right? If if you have a partner, right, a romantic partner that you intend to spend the rest of your life with, would you prefer to figure out, like, have them constantly make the same mistake over and over and over again without you actually communicating what you want from them? Or would it be better to have a list of understanding of yourself, right? Is it proof of you understand yourself and what your wants, right? Have a list of that and have it handy so that it's, you know, the people, especially your partner, can learn from it and be capable of having that, like, be able to be cognizant of what your expectations are, right? If you tell someone to jump and they only jump like an inch off the ground, and you tell them that you're disappointed in them because your expectation was that they were able to leap above a building, right? Whose fault is it when you gave the instruction to jump, right? Is it yours, or is it the person for not being able to read your mind that you wanted them to jump over a meter high, you know? I think, like, it's a very meta conversation. And I think, like, it's a conversation that has a lot of merit as well. I am not in a good spot health-wise. So I'm gonna get some kind of grappling skill at some point, because I feel like those are grappling locations. I've been trying to speak faster as well, because I know it's more pleasant audibly to listen to. And it's also, I can get through my thoughts faster if I speak faster. I prefer more attack damage at the moment. So, boss room? Boss room. Looks like a boss. This game is starting to get more colorful, though, which is something I really appreciate. The Grim Reaper of Milius. Never thought I'd run into you here. It's a little hard to predict what they're gonna do without actually experiencing it for the first time. Also, when they jump, like, they don't do, ow, any damage, so it's kind of weird. Ow. Okay, you're cheating because I've never fought you before, so it's impossible for me to know what you're about to do. Oh no. Oh, the music for this game is great. And they got Millie back to do the music. Skip the cutscene. Ow, I'm bad at this. I still haven't figured everything out yet. Bad. Oh my gosh. The follow-up kills me. I need to count how many swings it's doing. So I don't think this fight is difficult. I think it's just I don't know what it's capable of at the moment and not used to it. Ow, rude. So that hits behind him too. Okay. Still doing slam attacks that don't matter. Hang on, I'll read chat in a moment. As you may understand, I am struggling. Okay, he has a charge attack. Good to know. Okay. No slam attack. Oh. Oh, he's he's phase 3. Okay. Okay, that's a little cheap. That's a little cheap. But it's my fault for being so close. Okay, there's a 4th phase. Okay, okay. I don't know what... Okay. It's not possible for me to be able to predict what you're doing, sir. I think this is where the game excels, is in its boss fights. I do think that some of the boss fighting patterns aren't super clear, though. Like, they're much less clear than in the previous game, or even Hollow Knight for that matter. But it's not that they aren't giving me anything to work on. Ow. There are very subtle tells, but they're very subtle, very hard to read. You can see that their arm relaxes before, like the end of the second swing around like that, and that will tell you whether or not he's going to attack or not. So, like, if he's going to attack, he's just gonna, you know, his arms is still lengthy, but if he's not going to attack after the second swing, he's going to just relax his arm. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to predict where that's going to come from the ground. I can just make a guess. Educated guess. But it leaves him wide open, despite it doing a lot of damage. Another phase? Okay. Smack. There we go. Got it. 3 tries, not bad. Okay. I failed. I wonder if there's going to be an enemy that you're not supposed to tune, because only one tuner made it back from the depths. All he found was the shackled beast. The fumes have reached the crystalline realm. Even resisted homunculi are going crazy. Crazy? I'm more sober than ever. I'm free from your brainwashing, you dang humans, and a tuner. Another I can't read fast enough. I can't read any fast enough. Ah! No, we're the same, you and me. Help me put an end to this nightmare. Sticking to those Milla scum. Something, something, something. Yeah, so some of these are going to be made specifically for combat. So just like giving them their sanity back they'll still be hostile to you, right? So this power, a frost. So there's still hope. You called me the Grim Reaper of Millis. Why? Another mutant without its memories, huh? Then you wouldn't remember if we've met before. Not that that'd be a good memory. Not that they'd be good memories. Not with those Millis scum involved. We'll need to keep this one on a short leash. Strength is the only language he understands. I don't answer to use. You. I pledge my allegiance to the Frosts. There's no need to fight. Whatever. Nothing left here for me to protect anyways. So the last of the Frosts, huh? Let me help. I'll be your shield. Shackled Beast. I wonder if they actually have a name, but tempered into a formidable weapon by experiments conducted by House Millis. This homunculus was abandoned by his former masters after proving too difficult to control. He was subsequently tasked with exploring the lowest depths of the Land of Fumes, from whence few ever re-emerged. But emerge he did, with and a tuner in tow. Let's see. When activating Shackled Beast's ability, Lilac will momentarily assume a defensive stance, during which enemy attacks are automatically nullified and countered. Be warned, however, that timing is key, and that the ability requires a period of cooldown before it may be used again. Okay. Okay, so I might want that in my 8 slot instead. Having a counter in these games is so nice. What a bizarre sight. Oh, dogs. Just casually running up to me. This is a very pretty place, despite it being only red. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna continue the whole conversation about that is weird. Okay, that's a good thing to know about, I guess. Oh boy. Okay. Not actually anything. Can I break these? Yes, yes I can. Huh. Okay. Alright, okay. This is a teleporter of some variety. Either way. Communication's difficult. That's all I want to say. And that's okay. Words etched into stone. A noble guardian, cast thy bolt of judgment upon those who defile the azure forest. The magic from the land of origin dwells in the azure forest. The beast's wrath shall echo through the forest, reaching to its origin. Status effect shock. If Lilac or an enemy is hit by an electric attack, it may inflict the shock status effect, during which their attack and defense will be affected for a short period of time. Shock will eventually wear off by itself and be prevented by certain relics. Let's swap these around. Talk. The tethered steeples was the last bastion for homunculi with nowhere else to go. But that was my story too. Failed experiment. The Millis left me to rot in the lower stratum. And a tuner from House Frost saved our butts. Got us set up in the steeple. Worked out for them too. Kept the Millises from taking over the place. Oh, this guy's smoking a cigarette? Okay. Millis scum. They keep cooking up homunculi, but I'm gonna put an end to that. We don't get to choose, you know? Our fates are set in stone from the moment we're born. It's a raw deal. Past the Crimson Forest is the stronghold of House Frost. No idea what it's like now, though. Not since I shacked up in the tethered steeple. Woof woof. What's wrong? Grr. Seems there's something on his mind. Maybe the forest is where he was born? Yeah, there. You gotta go now, finish up some work. Hope you have a nice day. Hope you have a nice day too, Alex. Thanks for hopping by, and thanks for entertaining my long-ass discussion. Part can be used to unlock and strengthen abilities. Obsolete core. Homunculus core that can be used... Okay, let's see who that upgrades. Might as well. So I can either get this Eviscerate skill. That looks really fun. Okay, but I lose my ranged abilities. I think a counter is a counter regardless of the counter, so we'll do this for now. Wait, what? Okay, so it's for charge. Okay. Well, we'll hold on to it for now. Because I haven't even tested this guy at all. Oop. It depends which one does more damage, I guess. But I think having an AoE solution is a nice thing to have overall. Smack smack. Okay, so I've noticed that maps also don't clear unless I've explored every inch of them, so... Okay, that's not helpful. Oh, I shouldn't have my... Let me swap to, like, offline mode or something. It's fine for now, but... I'll swap to game capture next time. It's okay. For now. What are these? Why can't I hit them? I can't hit them, okay. I'd rather not expose my friends list to the internet. Got about 2 hours left, so... I'll make that change next time. Non-accessible area. I remember when these ranged abilities used to be, well, all abilities back in the previous game weren't Like, they all had limits, I believe. With the exception of the attack ones. Ow, I was trying to be cheeky. Okay. Let's finish this guy off. The problem with counter abilities is I always want to use them because I think they're cool. And then I end up not knowing anything. Or I take unnecessary risks as a result. I don't know. Yeah, that looks like a hidden path. Yeah, doing more damage. Chain Belt increases damage when attacking on the ground, so that's a major improvement. A mark of camaraderie awarded to a warrior that defended the House Frost's territory. The chains were fashioned by the sorcerers of the Crimson Forest, seeped in strong magics. They were designed to restrain the homunculi of House Malice. I mean, more damage is more damage, right? Ooh. Thank you for not having contact damage. It's getting harder to avoid taking damage though now. These things kind of look like a little like Mizutsune, especially with the bubbles. I don't know. I'm enjoying the game so far, though. It's nowhere near as customizable as the original. So, because by now I would have had like 20 different abilities, right? So that is something I missed. But there are also like clear indications of things that were better than others in the previous game. Rude. Ow, ow. Rude. Those, the electric things are so annoying. Okay. This map is infuriating at the least. Let's try this way. Because I have no reason to want to go back and pick up the flower. Well, there's no flower in this game. Oh, let's equip the ground attack. So we'll do a couple things. We're first going to go to the town. The maps are so much bigger now. It feels like. Oh, wrong place. Oh, I can also mark the map too. That's nice. Thank goodness she's okay. From now on, I'll make sure to protect her. I can't believe my brother fell down here too. Thank you for saving me. But the homunculus looks like he was about to fall apart. He told me to stay away from him. He left me here and went off by himself. So I can probably recruit him now. If I can find them. Alright, Magic Vial. Thistle Bangle. More attack, yes. Mixed parts. More attack first. We'll just make both of these, and we'll do that. I think he would be up here then, right? Okay, so I want... Unequip. Like that. More EXP is just more damage overall, right? So I imagine this turns into a boss fight, right? What am I missing here? So now I want to do more grounded attacks. Huh. Interesting. I don't know where he would have went. He wouldn't be at the clock tower, right? There's also this place that I can go to as well. There's also this section here that I can't get to. I need some kind of wall clinging ability. Oh boy, this is starting to become a whole thing, ain't it? Huh. Okay, whose ability can I upgrade with all this? So I have some mixed hearts. I have some mixed parts. Fire diagonally upward. That seems less useful. We'll grab this, because it looks funny. That's the main reason why I want it. It's because it looks funny. That does look like it generates a lot of pressure. Okay, let's keep exploring this place. There we go. This is so dumb. I love it. I love it. It's definitely not as useful. 100% not as useful. Yeah, if I try to use Nola at the same time, I get nothing out of it. These things are so rude. What do you... Oh my gosh. Okay, I can probably clear out that top part of the map. Okay. Yeah, so many like hidden crevices as well. I guess is intentionally maze-like. Oh. That's very funny. Okay, these guys have standard projectiles too. Ow, rude. Get out of here, sir. Okay, that's definitely a little bit of a struggle to use. Oh no, it's a drill. Drills are funny. I think that there will be times where this is going to be useful, especially if I want to just constantly keep pressure up. It's not as useful as a gun that automatically aims at flying things for me, though. For sure, 100%. Is it very funny, though? Yes, yes it is. Can I smack those projectiles out of the air? I don't think so, right? We just keep going. There we go. Where does this go? Oh, completely decimated. Secret tunnel? Secret tunnel. Aha! Knew it. Crimson Bangle. Improves stats and primarily defense. Up to 2 braces can be equipped at one time. Okay, these guys are a little bit harder to read than the usual kind of enemy. Now I have to make my way all the way back there, which is annoying. That's okay. We got this. We're gonna keep going down. Oh my goodness. Navigating this place is gonna be awful. Wait, can I make that shortcut? I don't think I can, right? So I have to do this, I have to do this. Jump. No, I can't. I need like a triple jump or some kind of movement tech that I don't have access to yet. This game feels a lot larger than what you would... Oh, the original game by significant margin. Rude. The multi-hit is very rude. Ow. Multi-hit is very rude. Okay, let's swap back to, like, actually something useful. Okay, what does the Crimson Bangle do? So, we're looking at attack. So, heal proficiency. Enhance abilities. We can get this. I don't know how good that is. We can try it. Apparently I can enhance an ability somewhere. Alright, the obsolete core. Might as well. Which one's stronger? So this is... So this is more powerful, so why would I swap, I guess, is the question. Do that. Let's check the map. Okay. Map. So there's more stuff here. There's plenty of stuff here. There's stuff in here. So probably this leads to this. I can't imagine it going anywhere else, so. Yeah, it's not the most, like, flashy way to do it, but just being able to handle these flyers is really nice without having to chase them down. Leveling up also helps quite a lot. Okay. Okay, it bounces. There we go. We're just gonna get rid of some. Ow. Okay. So I don't know how to get up there at the moment. There's clearly a jump path, so we're gonna wait, be patient with all that. Okay. Oh, you can actually melee. Okay. Alright, this is... I can't break that. Alright. I'm just gonna quickly deal with most of it as much as I can. Alright, reduces damage taken from enemies by 20% when HP is 50% or less. So I essentially have... So I take 20% less damage. So that is... What? I can't do this kind of math in my head. So I take 80% of damage. 80%. So I'm trying to figure out the effective HP. So I have 75% more HP. No, I have a third. I have 25% more HP. Well, not 25, but I have more HP. That's basically essentially all that says. So I have more effective HP. Ooh, helpful, I know. Speaking of helpful, this was not a helpful endeavor. Because I don't have any swimming ability. There we go. Look at that. All damage all the time. Alright. We already went up there. Cool. Cool. I understand now. I understand. Just waiting for these guys to fall and die. There we go. I do enjoy that color is slow, like at least in the most recent area, color is starting to appear more and more. I was kind of worried that the whole game was going to be gray and drab, you know. Cool. I have a feeling that I'll be rewarded if I manage to get up there without falling. Not necessarily rewarded yet. Not very much use in all this. This is just a bad situation for me. Lots of X marks the spots down there, if you know what I mean. Alright, we gonna keep going around and around and around again. Ow, what the heck? Okay. Mac. Nice. Another level. Very, very good, very good. Love the music for the game. It's very subtle, very enchanting. And sometimes you don't need, like, orchestral music. Sometimes just simple piano is more than enough. Okay, this doesn't give anything for me. It's nice that I'm able to rotate back here whenever I want now. Okay, let's grab this. Materials. There we go. Make sure that all the enemies are gone. I don't know. I really don't. So there's clearly an additional entrance somewhere. Oh, okay, okay, I understand, I understand. First and foremost... Can I not look down anymore? Oh, I can. Okay, that's good. Uh-oh. Less than ideal. You know what? Not against that. Not against opening something new. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. We're getting a merry band of followers now. I guess they want to give each of these spirits more of a story, instead of just giving us abilities, which is understandable. So we don't know where any of these lead. New place. Poor thing. Was it protecting the forest? Oh, so it's dead. Okay. Another one? Oh, I'm gonna have to fight a pack of these, aren't I? Poor thing. Okay. Okay, this is just gonna be Trixie. I think I got it. I think I got it. Beast Horn Ornament. Reduces damage taken by enemies at when HP is full. There is something else up there, but we'll leave it for now. Oh no. Oh no, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Okay, it only negates one attack, so if it's like gonna hit me multiple times, it's not gonna do anything for me. Okay, there's something definitely up there that I can't reach right this second. Okay, problem is that I can't go back through here because I don't have any way to circumnavigate the water without potentially drowning. So I'm forced to move on for now. We can figure something out though. We can definitely figure something out. So I don't need to fight everything. I think sprinting is just going to be better than just constantly dashing. Rude. Shotgunning me in the face like that. I wonder what kind of additional mobility I'm gonna get. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of additional mobility options in this game. Well, I've been already told that I'll be needing to learn some specific movement tech to get all of the rewards. I think this is where I want to go, right? Yeah. Oh, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Okay. Ow. Okay. Dashing through it was a bad idea. Is that it? Is that literally it? No, it isn't. Okay, cool. The rocket hand is so funny to me. It's so very, very funny to me. Let's heal. So this just leads to the other side, right? There's not really a point for me to take it right now. I thought it died. Alright. How much you want to bet those guys are going to start waking up and they're going to still pull off their, like, last stand, you know? Their final duty. There's nothing here particularly for me. Okay, let's take a look at the map, shall we? We've actually explored a decent chunk of everything. We just don't have swimming for all this stuff. Okay. Still apparently lots to watch for at the moment. So I think if we just go back here, we should be able to hit that up. And then we should probably keep exploring this whole area. I'm about to hit 16 more damage. Dang it. Ow, rude. I wanted to read that. Silly game. Probably shouldn't immediately assault me if this text on the screen. It's a little rude. I don't think I can make that jump. Yeah, I'm probably gonna receive some way to break through those soon. Because they're just inconvenient at this point. To the Elder. Invasion by Millis homunculi imminent. They have their sights set on the wildlife of... Oh, on the wildlife. The Azure Forest is to be their testing ground. I feel like right now the Frosts are seen as the good guys. I don't remember too much of the names and whatnot from the previous game, so I don't know if House Frost existed previously. Just shotgun blast them. Ow. I love the shotgun. The shotgun's kind of funny. Ow. Oh, hello, Mercancer. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on in this world here. I need to get up there somehow. Don't know if it's possible. Bench? Homunculi experiments. Let's see. So, here's what you've done for this week. Alright, I'm listening. From what I've seen, it wasn't just homunculi being experimented on at the biological research facility. They were using creatures from the forest too, more than likely for their magical potency. You tore yourself at Flea Festival, could only do bounce. You've beaten Lost Lace. Very nice, very nice. Oh yeah, the Flea Festival is mandatory if you want to do 100% though, unfortunately. But congratulations on beating Lost Lace. I don't know if you need to beat her again to lock in your 100% though, so just as a heads up. They were using creatures from the forest, more than likely for their magical potency. Is that how you got your wings? Yeah, but once they got whatever they wanted, they cast us aside and moved on. Sorry, didn't mean to bring up bad memories. It's fine. It's in blah 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 blah, all in the past now. The Blight's done a real number on the Crimson Forest. It looked like nothing. It looked nothing like it does now. No monsters, blue as far as the eye could see. So, Blight altered the very ecology itself. Harm is often swift and complete. Mending, however, rarely is. Words to live by. Yeah, I don't have any relic slots at the moment that I can spare. Boss fight? Oh, that's a big doggo. I thought you were dead. Grim Reaper of Melis. You took the life of Lady Abelais. Abelea? After what you did, infiltrating our ranks, betraying our trust, how dare you show your face again? Lady Abelea, you have her blood on your hands, and I will make you pay. Woof woof. Woof woof. No choice but to defend ourselves. Keep going, keep going. Alright. Simple enough. Oh, lightning. Oh. Okay. You just keep swinging. Oh, that is not nice. I don't know what to expect. Ow. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Ow. Smack him. Smack him. There we go, we got him. We got him. We got him. Alright, sorry, I had to concentrate a bit. Alright, alright. I think a lot of people like doing that. You know, doing specific challenges on Silksong, in Silksong. That sent after all this time. To think I would be reunited with my kin. My apologies, young Frostatuner, but I am tired. The blight drove me to madness, causing me to strike down my brethren. Wait, who is this Abalia you spoke of? Cretin, do you truly not remember? No matter. It will come to you. This Attuner will see to that. Attuner, I have a request. Take my remains, my core, and amplifier, to the elder of the village ahead. What remains of my strength and will, let them be passed on to my kin. They shall serve you well. Aroo! Oh, my kin, you are fortunate to have met one so noble. Let's go find the village elder. I'll carry on I'll carry your legacy with me. Okay. We got still about an hour together. Ooh. A flower mutated by the blight. It feels as if calling out to someone. Aww. Is that like it's reminiscent of Ender Lily. I think that's just a reference. An Attuner. How ever did you reach this place? Are you the elder of the sorcerer's village? I am. That I am, of what remains of it. This once pure forest has turned into a maze of red death, and Viol, its guardian, driven to madness. But if you are here, I take Viol has found peace. Viol wanted you to have this. A core amplifier. I see. It is to be passed down. Viol's legacy. You may entrust it to me. Hey, he got clothes. And more furry. Yeah. Amazing. Is that really you, Hati? Aroo. And so, Viol's legacy lives on. I am certain it will prove useful. Also, if you ever think about beating Act 3 with a specific crest, I'll have to practice especially on Last Lace on your main file. I think that's a good idea. I do wish more games were like Ender Magnolia and Ender Lily, where you can just practice boss fights whenever you want. Hati looks so happy too. A continuous unidirectional sprint atop Hati. Move more swiftly atop enhance Hati. New paths may be opened by charging through breakable walls. Charging into enemies causes damage and destroys their parts. Dash continuously while on the ground to mount Hati, and accelerate into a powerful charge. Charging into enemies will cause damage and destroy their parts. Charging into growths and walls will reveal new paths and items. Enemy parts can be destroyed when they take fall damage, or are attacked with specific actions. Destroying parts yields scrap of a specific resource. However, note that there are enemies' parts that cannot be destroyed. Be careful out there. There are ways an Attuner will not protect you from the Fume Server. Viol and we also. It all comes apart when the Frost started to follow House Millis and began aiding their homunculus research. They even turned over the forest's creatures, and in doing so, they angered the forest itself. What followed was divine retribution. Let's not disturb him. House Frost used to govern this village. That's all in the past now. They live in structures built during the time of the ancients. Living as one with the forest, they conducted their studies into magic. Oh, okay, so I guess the time of the ancients is a different thing now. Because, like, back then we were also dealing with ancients, something or another. Cassia's grimoire. Concerning the growths in the forest, when the inert core of a mutant bonds strongly with the blight, it manifests in the form of these barriers. Should one wish to destroy them, they require magic that link deeply to the origin, such as that possessed by Viol, the Forest Guardian. Okay. Which quest do you think you're gonna start with, if you're gonna be doing something like that? There's clearly stuff there, and not something that I can directly interact with right this second. Okay, more materials. There's more stuff up here. I don't know if I can reach it right now, but I feel like I'm going to get more vertical mobility at some point. I thought I'd be moving faster, but it'd also be more difficult to control, I believe. Dang it. Get out of here. Okay, so I can rend certain parts off of enemies, which is interesting. I'm so bad at surviving. Okay. So if I can get up here... Oh, I can. Okay, sweet. Okay, I see. This is gonna be annoying. Intentionally so. Alright, how am I gonna do this? So I need to... Also, you have a question. You checked your channel today. Yeah, there's new content, right? So I think I'll be doing some more in the future, I think. I need to... So, I do enjoy Ultra Kill. Though my gameplay of it is probably subpar compared to most normal people. It was fun, at very least. There we go. Unlocks new items that can be forged at crafteries. I'm still not used to taking so many hits, but... Okay. Alright, should we keep exploring this area? Well, I'm glad you're interested in more of my content. I'm always trying to improve, so if you have any suggestions on things I can do to improve the streams and whatnot, by all means. There's something that I can break up there with Hati's charge. There's still a lot to explore in this area, for better or for worse. I'm still missing something for swimming. I'm still missing something here, probably because of this flower. Okay, what we're gonna do... I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Probably explore this section, if possible. Or this section, if possible. Because I think I just died here, right? No, I took this path down, and it messed up my exploration, I think. But yeah, I have every intention to return to Ultra Kill at some point. I can't guarantee when that'll happen, but maybe if I stream more often. But that requires a decent amount of growth. Let's see what happens when I rip parts off of you, good sir. Wrong button. There we go. Yeah, I have very little memory of how any of this works. I'm just going to use my pea shooter. I also did get a bunch of Mega Man Battle Network stuff off of Humble, so I've been looking to pick that up for a while, because Mega Man Battle Network was something I grew up with. It's one of the games that I am intending to mimic when I am developing my own game in the future. Okay, I need to figure out how I'm doing this. Seems like a pain in the booty. Oh, shoot. Okay, this is gonna be a royal pain in my booty. I see. There we go. Let's pick this up first. Magic Vial. Get shotgun. Shotgun in the face. Okay. We can move on back, I think. Almost explored most of this area. Very, very gentle music. Just poke, 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 poke. Knock him down. Okay. Wait, is the entire upper area... Okay, it's almost all blue at this point. Sweet. Okay. We're gonna have to figure out how to get here. There's still a couple places that I don't have very well explored. So there's this section here. There's this section here. This is enclosed. I don't think I can get around that. Maybe. It looks open over here. So it might not be enclosed. Getting back here is such a pain in the booty. Because I need to basically go down here, come down here, and then go up there and up there. Okay. There's a couple things. So we'll start with this area over here, I think. No, we'll start with this area, I think. Yeah, we'll do that. Hello, Undead Walking. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hopping by, though. Oh yeah, everyone give a belated birthday celebration to Undead over there. I hope you had a pleasant day yesterday. I don't know how much you want to celebrate that kind of stuff, so I'm gonna leave that as is. But... Oh. Well, thank you for that. Oh, I don't think I can get up there. Yeah, I did notice that my mic was muted for the longest time, so a little bit of egg on my face. I don't have any idea how I'm supposed to get up there, though. I mean, that's always nice, though, ain't it? Get to spend time with the people you cherish. I think that's probably one of the most important things for me. So we can go up here and over here. This is such a confusing place to navigate. So much pre-planning necessary. But I like my normal links per subscription. Okay, where does that go? Okay, so the shortcut is a shortcut. That's good, that's good. We're just gonna keep finding shortcuts. Yeah, okay. Nice, keep leveling up. That means everything's gonna be slowly more easy to handle. Okay, where does this go? By the way... Oh, do I? I mean, I think I just don't take those off. This is a pain in the booty to change every single time. And this is normally where my Warframe slot would be, so yeah. The game should be properly set up though, right? It's still Ender Magnolia. But thanks for letting me know. Well, I hope you enjoyed lurking. What did you stream today, if you don't mind my asking? Okay, there's a little bit of forward momentum with a hammer, which is sometimes bad. Yeah. Not that I've been noticed by Warframe at the moment, so doesn't matter as much. Ow. Rude. Very rude. So I can dash cancel through some of it. Cyberpunk. Okay. I imagine you have a mod to no! I don't want to be here. No. Whatever. I've already explored this place. One-way teleporters. One-way teleporters are my bane. I imagine you have a mod for Cyberpunk to reduce the amount of explicit content. What kind of build are you rocking? I imagine somewhat modded. Right, need legs plus here, so to speak. Okay. Yes, the Muramasa bike. I like how everything is a heavy hit except for this guy. He's just like, I'm just gonna use my pea shooter. Is there anything down here? A little bit. Yeah. Raising the level cap's kind of nice, because like otherwise it feels weirdly unnecessarily restrictive. At least that's what it feels to me. I can't see where you're attacking me, Mr. Butterfly. We can look down. I wonder if I need to make a run across here for the sake of the wolf thingy. Okay. So far, so good. So, did you raise like the stat cap then? If you raise the level cap to 300? Because like the stats normally cap at like 20, right? Otherwise. Nice. We've fully explored most of the map now. Okay, there's only one spot. This is the most complete. I've got 2 spots. The map is almost fully complete. Very nice. It also labels places I couldn't explore because of like that and whatnot. Okay, we still got a little bit of. So this requires diving, so it doesn't really matter. It requires some kind of flight. Can't do that. We might as well go here. See where we go. What we get. And no extra dialogue so far. I did do things a little out of order because I was supposed to go to the mines first and not the cathedral. Magic Vial, Bone Bangle. Bone Bangle's defense and heal potency. Stone Bangle. I don't have any idea what these... I guess it's more defense. I don't care about defense though. We'll just do more of this, I guess. So I can equip more relics. Very nice, very nice. Getting Cyberpunk to have stable FPS is always a challenge, especially at higher resolution or hertz. Do that, just get better all-rounder. We'll do this. Okay. Here. So I can one-shot these guys. So clearly I went the wrong way. Classic Sredge. Taking it back to the 80s with the bangles. Yeah. I tend not to be good with that, with the technical stuff surrounding graphics, despite taking a computer graphics course. I didn't have to do anything with hardware. Subterranean Laborer's Code. As long as the magicite yet glitters, toil as though the very future depends upon it. For it is in your hands that lay the foundation of House Melis. Okay. You had to reduce Borderlands 4 down to windowed. I feel like they used... Oh, the fumes are thicker than expected. Okay. I imagine that it uses Unreal. I hear that Unreal has a lot of stability issues. Ow. The delayed hit got me there. Especially since, like, in chat we had a whole talk about jargon the other day, right? Like, I feel like there's a lot of jargon in hardware that's just something that you won't ever know until you just take a leap of faith into it, you know, and just dive as far as you can. Ooh, Helix Crystal, not bad, not bad. Just trying to get some special stuff wherever I can. We'll go left first, I guess. Let's go right. Let's go right. Because that's closer to the exit, so there should be less of it, right? Theoretically. Yeah, look at that. Never punished. Equip relics. How much does it cost? 2? Okay, sure. That's pretty good for 2. We're gonna unequip, and then we're gonna equip, and then there we go. I do miss being able to reliably upgrade. Ow. Ow. Rude. These things are not fun. Okay, there we go. No, I feel like I feel like a lot of developers just said, hey, we're gonna make the excuse that like people instead of like spending them time and money to optimize their games, they're gonna be like, hey, we're gonna assume that people are always gonna be upgrading, and it's consumers' faults for not being able to keep up. And I think that's really a really nasty way of looking at things, personally. I don't think you should ever blame the consumer for not having the correct equipment to handle your product. These slides are a little hard to get up. I wonder if I'm going to get a wall climb of some variety. There we go. Can I go down there? No, I can't. Oop. Root. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because like hardware is expensive, right? I'm still running. I needed to upgrade my computer because it was dying. Less so that I wanted to, you know. If I could keep running the same hardware forever, I would. But sometimes it's not possible. And I got my computer like for steel this time around, and even still, it was like prohibitively expensive. Yeah. I love this shotgun hand. Yeah, once every 8 years. For me, the longest I went without upgrading is 10. And back then, technology was like this kind of technology was in its infancy. So, can I jump on that? Nope, I can't. I saw some very interesting technology introduced by the Corridor crew. They have a new piece of software that's apparently free to use that does perfect green screen and transparency, which is actually fantastic. I just don't know how they're going to export that kind of stuff, and how to use that kind of hardware. Yeah, Corridor key. It looks really interesting. I do think, like, we had a talk about AI before, right? And I do think that if you are to be using that kind of technology, you shouldn't be relying on massive data centers for it, right? Because you can't, as long as you have a sufficient graphics card, you should be able to train most like specific or niche content. But that's just me. And I think Corridor key is a very good use of that kind of technology without needing to use massive data centers. Yeah, I can imagine that. Because I don't think that they're doing it in real time either, right? You export a file that has the transparency built in. Or they might even have a custom transparency codec. Because there's not a lot of videos that like having semi-transparencies. In fact, I don't even know of a single one that actually likes semi-transparency. Sure, by all means. I mean, I can watch more about it later. I just saw a short on it when I was scrolling a little bit. Oh, there's a person. Is this another tuner? Haven't seen you before. Got worked over by a mutant. It appears he does not know you either. We're lucky to be alive, you know. Most of my buddies didn't make it. You're hurt. What are you doing here? The grand lift in the old city isn't working. The one that leads up to the central stratum. My buddies are fixing its magic supplies, and I'm down here gathering magicite to power it. But there's this garden of flowers further in. The mutant there, I barely made it out. A mutant in a garden of flowers. Aw. The fact that, like, Ender Lilies, the civilization in Ender Lilies is the new Ancients is so refreshing to me, I guess. You think of checking it out? In that case, you mind taking my homunculus with you? And are you sure? In the state I'm in, I wouldn't last long if I tried to go up against the blight down there. It must be these thick fumes, that's why the blight's spreading so quickly. Take good care of her okay? I'm gonna go help the others. Alright. This seems like a passive familiar, from what I can tell. Sent. It's only about 30 minutes long. Yeah. Most Corridor Crew videos are I love Corridor Crew. I feel like there's such a healthy channel. Like, with a it makes me want to go into VFX with how, like, much fun they're having with it, too. Mooning. Autonomous ability. A homunculus scout that belonged to an attuner, Heath. Long ago, sorcerers would often employ owl familiars as messengers. Since the decline of House Frost sorcerers, however, they have been replaced with homunculi. Upon being summoned, Moonin will follow Lilac and attack enemies with it that are within range. While she doesn't offer strong means of offense, she can be summoned and left to her own devices, making her an invaluable ally if one isn't comfortable using multiple abilities in tandem. I can see that. Yeah, that is just nice and convenient. I'm heading back to the old city to help with the lift. Good luck down here. Sure. If this is the first of the Ender series that you're playing, I'm gonna try to keep it, simple, so it doesn't spoil anything if you want to do so. So context-wise, story-wise, you are an amnesiac that woke up, and you are apparently known as an attuner. Attuners are capable of repairing or reviving homunculi, which are artificial life forms. They artificial life forms that are indentured to humans. We aren't super clear of what homunculi are just yet because I haven't, gotten that far in, but they seem to be a mix of biomechanical engineering and genetics modifications, spliced with, magic. Currently, there is some kind of fog or fumes that are leaking from underground and is driving all of the wildlife insane, including humans and or homunculi. There is precedent for this because this world exists after the first game, where the Blight was the primary source of anguish in that world. So I would imagine this is just the Blight returning to the world. Because in Ender Lilies, the previous game, there was a race of ancients that we know nothing about, which also tried to harness the Blight or manifest the Blight, and they failed to contain it, and that's why it came back in Ender Lilies. And it's probably the reason why it came back in Magnolia. So, gameplay-wise, the Ender series is basically, hey, you have a bunch of abilities, but you can only equip 4 of them, so mix and match as to your pleasure. We'll do this for now, just to make my life easier. It's probably not necessary, because I'm more than comfortable using multiple attacks. You can also set the difficulty, apparently. You can be very, very specific with how you want, how difficult you want the game to be. I'm just playing on normal. As well as you can also go and unlock a bunch of different things. I don't know what fragments are for, but in memories you can go back and fight all the bosses that you once fought before. Which is nice. I like being able to practice against bosses. I don't like not being able to go back and show off bosses that I enjoyed fighting. But anyways, overall, the world is ending to one regard or another, and you are an amnesiac that's trying to figure out why you exist. And if I'm to guess, the reason why you're an amnesiac is because you're probably some kind of last hope, which may or may not be to your liking. This door is locked, so I'm just gonna summon the familiar. Yeah, it doesn't offer any damage whatsoever. Jeez, it's pretty bad. Oh, look at that. Some pseudo three-dimensional animation. Ow. I mean, it's reasonable damage, 78. I'm gonna keep exploring this place first. The fact that you can tune homunculi, I think, is the biggest thing. You could be a well, like, something that doesn't exist, being a homunculus that's capable of tuning others, but currently there's no precedent in the lore, so I don't know if it's even possible for that to be the case. Ow. Okay, this thing's animations are a little hard to read. Okay, I can't get down there without some kind of ability to dig down. That's okay. You'd think you'd move faster than the wolf thing. Oh, a named squad leader mining unit. Okay, it explodes around them in an AoE. It's bad jujus. Keep on going. There we go. I am a little bit over-leveled for this area, though, because I went to the harder place first. Yeah, so I imagine this is also some form of homunculus, because you don't... Normally you don't send humans into dangerous spots in this world, so... let's see. Yeah, you can tell with the glue glowing eyes. What have I done? We are prohibited from harming humans, and yet... What do I do now? I'm no longer employed. No, do not let it concern you. Please accept this as a token of apology. Yay! Experimental amplifier. Components that can be used to unlock and enhance abilities. A device fitted to... Okay, so it's not for Nola. That's all that I need to know. Work. Must find work. In the older Ender lilies, this would just turn into another ability. But I think they're trying to make sure that... hang on. Writing etched into the wall. There's something wrong in the mines. It's as if everyone has gone mad. They dig for magicite as if their very lives depend on it. Is it because of the fumes? Maybe I've gone crazy too. Or maybe I've always was. Okay. Yeah, so now... Hang on, I'll show you. Now, because probably they want to be more narratively focused, there are just a much more condensed number of characters, but they also have, you know, a specific set of abilities that you can choose one of each. What are all of you playing at? Why help us now, after everything we put your kind through? Okay. Oh. Oh. Whoop. Oh, delayed. Okay, so... Alright, there's a little bit back there that I can still explore. Oh. We can go on this bench. We can check what new upgrade we have. Enhance abilities. Glacial Fist. Could be fun. Alright, I'm just spending all my time just exploring at this point, though. This might as well. Okay, so here's the thing about who's it. Oh. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. Okay, let's go up. Okay, so what I need to do, let's do this first. There we go. Materials, wonderful. And that's still not everything? Oh, right, of course. So we want to travel all the live long day. I think this would be the ideal spot to go back to. Right now I don't have any active abilities to fill the owl's spot, so the owl is pretty much the best that I'm gonna get, because the gunner guy, as funny as he is, he's also not terribly strong. And he doesn't fit well with other active abilities. Okay, what am I doing here? So yeah, this game is like mechanically is just predicated upon like how you want to set up your character, which is I think a lot of fun. Probably one of my favorite things about the game. Notification of restricted areas. Residents of the lower stratum are strictly prohibited from entering the Magicite mines. The theft of magical material will result in prosecution. Furthermore, due to the increase in miners failing to return from the second stratum of the crystalline realm, the area will be cordoned off. Okay. New places. Let's check more of the finite areas first. Yeah, so these two areas are more finite, so I'm gonna just check this out. I imagine that I'll be able to. Oh. Nice. Oh. Okay, that's fine. I imagine that this is a breakable wall of some kind. Nope, not even breakable. Yeah, we just gotta keep exploring. Excuse me. Okay. It's nice to be able to burst down enemies, though. More materials. Very nice. Okay, we're just gonna keep on going, keep on keeping on. Ow. Where's the owl? There it is. Grimoire, nice. Nice. Alright. Fully explored this area. Which is good. We're just gonna go back up. I don't think I can go up there right now. So the only real place to go is this way. Ow. All my abilities are probably covered up by my tuber. Ow. I wasn't paying attention. So it's gonna be hard to see. They're on the bottom left though. I should probably move them for this kind of game. But anyways. Should be fine. Another boss, I imagine. Oh, I love how much it contrasts with the game when you find a new area. Hang on, after this boss, I'll move my character a little bit. Are these homunculi graves? I can hear the cries of my friends. I don't know how to read this. My friends, my friends, my friends. Oh, there's a multi-hit component to that. Ow, still got hit. Ow, rude. Oh, the secondary shockwave is rough. That was my fault. I caused myself damage there. Okay. Ow. I did that to myself. I completely did that to myself. Unnecessary dashing. Okay, let's move my dude. Hello? Oh, it's locked. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Lock him in place. Do. Okay. We're just gonna... Sorry if I'm not very good at vocalizing what's going on here. I tend not to be able to... I got comboed. I'm trying... It's hard to talk and focus at the same time. That's realistically all there is to it. Okay. Ow, rude. Wrong button. I can intentionally let this hit me so I can do a big chunk of damage. Wait for it. There we go. Ow. Okay, fun going. Oh, that's my fault. Keep on going. Nice. Oh, shoot, shoot, shoot. Forgot about that. Probably should swap back to sword mode instead of no, no, no. Oh, ooh. What? That's a little bit of malarkey. That's a little bit of malarkey. It was my own fault. Somewhat my own fault. I got too cocky. I got too cocky. But I was trying to finish him off with a what was it called? Counter. So the reason why I want to use sword mode is because I don't lunge forward when I'm using it. I can't see chat. Hang on. There we go. I need a heal. Yeah. I could probably attack while he's drilling. Okay. He's gonna do big drill. Yeah, just being able to consistently attack more often is gonna make a big difference. That was my own fault. I got greedy. I got really greedy. I'm dying unnecessarily at this point. Okay. No, I keep. Ugh. Ow! How am I getting? Why am I so bad at this game? There we go. We'll just take it nice and easy. I'm out of heals. I'm dumb. It wasn't off cooldown. One interesting facet about this game is that you can also just, you know, just sit back and level up a little bit if any fight's too difficult. I think if I use the gunner here, it would also be ideal, but I forgot. I keep forgetting that he can do that. It's not that hard. I would have beaten my second try if I wasn't just dumb. Here, let's make it so I have more consistent damage for now. Yeah, I can't do it at the same time, which is unfortunate. I think the drill's more damage though. Yeah, he angry now. I did it again. I did it again. I keep doing it. I keep doing this to myself. Ah. I felt like I was doing so well, and I forget that he has that attack. I keep telling myself he has that attack, and I keep forgetting. This is kind of goofy. Alright, there we go. Ow. Keep on going. Nope, not this time. No! There was a rock. There was a rock. No! Unnecessary damage. I frustrate myself so much. Okay. I think such a cool setup for this fight, though. He's gonna go Berserker, yeah. Nice. I did it again. Okay, this has to be it. There we go. Oh my gosh. Went from being, should be second try to... Oh, look at that. He has a little flower necklace around him. Wonder why that's the case. Because it's a very autonomous thing to do, right? Like, he doesn't have it here, so someone must have given it to him. It isn't safe here. I can't read fast enough for this. Oh, okay. Wait, is this one of the pale priestesses? The white priestesses? I really like the animation style here. And all of the filters on top. Homunculi work for humans, but now work to protect my friends. I want to help the homunculi too. Please, lend me your strength. Okay, we got a new guy. Garm, I think. Garm's Iron Stake. Dive while airborne, and with the aid of Garm, diving through grooves in the floor will open new paths, causing damage to enemies in your way, destroying their parts. The greater one's height, the more powerful the dive. Okay, okay. Pressing the combination in the air will make arm perform a diving attack, creating a shockwave that breaks through the growths on the floor. This ability can be used to uncover new paths and items. The greater your height, when you perform the blah 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 blah. Yeah, okay. We'll do a little bit more. Just to, you know. See more. Please leave me be. I feel liberated, even though I no longer have a purpose. Okay. You do you, my dude. Unidentified amplifier. Nola's abilities. Nice. Okay. We'll clear up this area. Ow. Okay, Mr. Bombman, please. Oh right, I'm not using the mace anymore. Or hammer? I don't... Oh, gargle. Out of here. Get out of here. There we go. Keep on going. Alright, there's something over here that we can collect. Ow. Rude. Ow, okay. Sure. I miss the heavy hitting attacks that I normally have. But it's also nice being able to move plenty. I am at the 4-hour mark, so I will be closing off after I finish exploring this area. Nice, pick that up. Very nice, that's this area. There is a spot up there that I don't quite understand. This area I don't understand. We'll come down here, we'll grab this, and then that should be it for this area, I think. Other than, you know, this spot. That I'm pretty sure I'm missing some kind of mobility option. First and foremost, let's see if I can upgrade Nola. Scythe. Soul Harvester. Scythe that deals damage at close range. Consecutive inputs perform a combo. They all do relatively the same amount of damage. We could try this for a little while. Yeah, we'll get shotgun hands too. So we'll finish exploring these lower areas and then we'll call it. So thank you all for joining me today. I hope you guys had some level of fun. Okay. Wide sweeping angles. I don't know how hard it's gonna hit. Same combo in the air. I see. I need a thicker one. Ow. I think I still prefer the heavy hit more than anything. If I could check down. There we go. Magic file. Okay, so that's everything here for now. I like how it tells me when I've completed an area. It's really nice. Oh, there's a couple places here. Sure. We're gonna do this. Let's just finish up everything I can. Oh, that's fun. What's very helpful? Okay. I think this is an area much later than I'm supposed to have access. Or, most people will probably forget about the initial. Oh, my guys, please. You know, you're gonna go down eventually. There we go. Survey team's notes. Finally, at the crystalline realm, we need to be wary of frigid fumes spewing from every corner. Highly dangerous, pushing on the aid of the lower stratum depth survey team. Land of origin is within our reach, but the road ahead is more treacherous than expected. Okay, so freeze could be fun. Ow. That's a lot of damage. I don't like that. Yeah, it's really nice, just really nice. What's not really nice is the constant barrage of ice things. Okay. Nice. The fumes are even thicker down here. What is this place? The crystalline realm. Back here again. That stench. Okay, I'm just looking for a bench at this point. I'm gonna run past everything. Ow. Because it's time for me to end the stream. I guess I don't have to, because there is a bench nearby. Yeah, we'll just call it. We'll explore this area further in the future. Yeah, my main objective is to explore the lower stratum, as is. So we'll go back here, and we'll check the things, but thank you all for watching. It's been... I don't know. I don't know if it's evident, but I had a great time playing. Magic Mangle, Enhancer... Okay, these are Carapace. Like, the ability component, nice. Okay, we'll grab these. We'll probably come back to this game next week. We'll also be continuing the low-level account, just to try to get it to Steel Path, which shouldn't be very difficult. I just need to do... I think I'm going to go for a Kuva New Core, but that's essentially all I really need to do. But anyways, I'll see you all next time. Thanks for watching, and ta-ta for now. Have a great rest of your days. Yeah. Bye.